Oh, that's close. It's a little better. I'm usually not breaking, taking stuff apart right here. First, I actually have this TV right here in front of me. It does not have a power cord, but it has an HDMI. So I can cut the ends of this off. That'll go in with gold connectors. Right here. I'll need those later. Probably need those. Yeah, still haven't found a new pair of Milwaukee's. So gold connector ends, HDMI. A little bit of wire. That's what I wanted to do. I thought about it, is get all this stuff that I got yesterday, have it in separate containers, as opposed to putting it in the containers that I already have this stuff adding up in, and get a rough totality later. And I still have 2 more boxes, bins left. I don't think that those 2 leaves in that container are going to add up a whole lot. So I'm not a fan of doing TVs, but they do have high peripheral boards on them. High grade. So I went down to board sort. That's a little crooked, but went down to board sort on the 14th. I got about $400. I'm out at least 100 from cutting stuff off boards. All right, so for these are steel. So it's one of those monitors from the ultrasound place. This would be most likely would be aluminum. But this is a regular TV, not a medical, not an ultrasound machine medical thing. Is that not sticking there? Wants to. After I get this TV was actually, I got this, some outlets, a couple outlets, a couple switches, a few things from the dumpster here before I even left. So I tossed this in the back of the car, and like a steel gate. I thought it was aluminum. It's pretty light. Tested it earlier. It's steel. Tested it. Put a magnet on it. I got the ultimate secret in checking to see if it's metal or not. Just test it with your eyes. Sometimes that's correct, sometimes it's not. And this TV. So I came back and unloaded the TV outside and then left on the route. So I just looked it up. I left at 1:22 and I was back at where I left at 6:22 and I was back at 7:47. So that was less than an hour and a half. So we're going to go find at least $100 in scrap. And this is a Insignia, so I'm not trying to save an Insignia TV. I do have a like an early 2000s LCD flat screen, mid 2000s, 2005, 2006. It's a magnet box with the little side speakers on it. Got that when I was down in Akron, Colorado Falls. That's not awesome. Well, I mean, if it is, I'll just take it off. Yeah, this is a 2 HDMI, 2 component, S-video, AV, PC, optical, audio, regular audio. I mean, this is pretty good for its time. When was it made? 2009. 17 years old. Oh, there is one hiding. Man, that's not going to fit in that. That's what she said. All right, so we have these boards. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's going to be some light boards underneath this steel. These may... So this is a much better board. You see this light brown. See this barely, this darker brown right here. So this darker stuff, that's going to be a low grade peripheral. It's like $3. This will be whatever. There's a middle grade. Yeah, low grade peripheral. There's an IC, a couple of them on here. This will be a low grade, so that's $3. These are 50, 60 cents a pound. So these ones here, I want to cut the ends off them. Because if I cut the wire right here and keep the ends on this board, instead of getting $3 something a pound for the end, well, not this end, but I'll take this, and this will just go in with wire. Like that. So get these boards out, get this brass out. I could get that little bit of copper. To me, no. I could. But I'm going to get steel weight shred regular junk sheet, whatever your yard calls it. Usually, I keep my small cutters right there. Oh, there they are. So yeah, it's just a basic board. So I will clip this out, clip out that little bit of wire, but clip out that copper. So there's board number 1. Is there 3 people? Well, it looks like. If you've ever played Just Cause 2, there's an area called the Mile High Club in Just Cause 2. This beat sounds like that. That's from the game. I used to play a multiplayer. There's been a multiplayer for that for a long time. And I used to play that. Different servers. And there's a couple. So I have chat. So same thing with this board here. I'll cut out these toroids, these coils, that one, that one, that one, these other copper coils. There's a lot of tape. And the amount of copper recovery for this is just me. I mean, I've been one scrapping this year, and I've taken some of those apart. Like this one right here, you can barely see. That one's exposed copper. I'll yank that one out. This IC I'll cut out. That stuff I'll go over and I'll look at. I'll cut out that fuse. I don't know when it's brass, even with the paper on it. The yard where I go up here, brass is brass. White, yellow, red. Well, I mean, if you got a bunch of red brass and sell it as red brass, but someplace else. Dirty, clean, plastic, steel, aluminum, doesn't matter. Brass is brass. I mean, even so much to where with this plug, I'd probably just break that off. I mean, it's screwed in there, but I could probably just break that off and just get that brass first. It is brass. So a little bit of stuff I can get out of that. But these transformers, if I were to take them off, and if I recover, there's just way too much tape in these. Completely exposed. Like these connectors right here, I'll cut these little pins off. I might with this one right here. But that, these toroids, get in here, maybe pull that resistor, because that's got thicker copper on it. This one right here probably could. Can't spend a lot of time thinking about that one. But this, comes one of my favorite songs that I found by this band. It's called I Can Change. I don't know. That's not this one. I mean, it'll go in as aluminum. The crinkles like aluminum. Same thing with this. Wire. Get all that apart. And then most of this other stuff is really easy to, the other stuff I have in the bins. But this has got to be done so it can be organized and out of my way. So I can keep the patio at least, somewhat organized. I looked at that one. I forget what it's called now, but it was a volt meter, little piece of equipment looking thing I got. So that's plastic. For me to sell that, this would have to be off. Sell it to board sort. But I'll still get 9 cents a pound for it. All right, so this whole board. This will stay pretty much as is. No sense in getting, I mean, there would have to be a chunky piece of copper. So this would be a better grade board, at least at $3 a pound, and nothing else on here besides the IC, but if I cut that off, it downgrades the board. Which I learned the hard way. Did a bunch of extra work to lose money. Especially when I went in with well over 200 pounds of boards. This blade is sharp. I just used it, just replaced it the other day. Yeah, cutting all those ICs and the BGAs and stuff. Yeah, so that's a high grade board because of the amount of chips and stuff that are on it. So that'll stay like that. That's not much. I mean, that's not even an ounce. So that's like 20 cents. What was in my way? Ribbon cable, I think I got, it was like $1.65 or something for ribbon cable. Which isn't bad for ribbon cable. Got 3. Not that I'm counting. YouTube's counting. Another board right here. Might be a Wi-Fi board. And someone commented on my post that I posted up when I went to board sort. Like, man, you should keep your RAM and CPU. Yes, that I am going to do. from here on out, I just kind of got an idea on the amount that you get. I mean, don't get me wrong, $50 a pound for RAM, with the amount of gold that's on that RAM. Actually, I think I also got gold finger cards yesterday too. But the amount of gold that's on those gold finger cards and stuff, I kept the CPU. I kept that one. So this sells for like 70, 80 bucks. It may not even work because of all that handling I've done. Those pens are a lot stronger than they are now. And some sterling and another gold chain. Yeah, here comes that song I can change. No, just a little lighting board. Another board right here, though. Let's get this stuff out there. So the speakers can stay in. I mean, I can rip out that little sliver. That just translates to way too much more, little bit of time. At least it smells like those little wallflower things. Kidding, the other one just popped right off. Been easier with the damn screwdriver. Made me miss my song. Nah. Not retiring on that one. I hate it when they bounce out of a 2-foot tall bin. So those are going to have the light boards underneath it. That broken plastic has cut my fingers. All right, I got more fingers. See, I think those are little screws right there. So I'm going to set this aside so I don't spend all freaking day trying to take this damn TV apart. Uh-oh. What about these ribbon cables? Ugh. Yep. Plenty of board. Plenty of good circuit board on that. Just another.
Helps you fall in love.
Well, the other stuff after this is going to be, it's much smaller. I'm sure if you ask a lot of scrappers what they think about TVs, most of them are really like, yeah, it just goes in a shred. It's an easy 20 pounds. Easy $2-3, but. If it helps you fall in love. Yep. So I heard that for the first time when I was doing whatever I was doing, live streaming, going through CDs or something. I was like, oh yeah, I like that song. Maybe some right there too. So what you do with this, well, I know I had it because it's right there. And I know I shut the blade, set it back right there. Someone watching is like, dude, it's right there. I'm not saying it. But these boards, gold flash boards, where did that even fucking go? The one thing you don't want to lose in this place and not know where it's at is a razor blade. Who's ever in chat, be like, dude, it's right there. I swear. Don't need that. Don't need that. Snips, snips, grips, twisties, different twisty. Oh, I got some safety glasses. I saw glasses and sunglasses and stuff. They're better than the other ones I had, and they have like a blue hue to them, so it kind of brightens up what you're looking at a little bit. Well, not really brightens. Gives it a blue color. So it's best to do this with razor blade, but this works just as well. All right. So these are high-grade peripheral boards. So these are like $5.25 a pound. So you can see all the gold on there. So these themselves don't weigh a ton. Barely weigh anything. And all it is going to be a bunch of plastic and stuff in there. Okay. Now you're ready for the outside. Rocket. Let's start with, this can go in there too. Start with the stuff I got from, of course. Only stuff gets taken out doesn't fucking get put back. I'm tired of that shit. I say it every day. This place is too small to just take something out and leave it out. Kitchen is fucking atrocious. And you have like 1 square inch to put a coffee cup. That's about it. Because everybody takes stuff out, doesn't put it away. Don't we have cabinets and cupboards and shelves and stuff? Yeah. Fucking put it away. This place is just too small. Just put something right. The proverbial fishbowl. All right, the first thing, I don't know what this thing is. It is a, might be a, I don't know. That might be aluminum. It is. Feels like it. That's going to require, no, it's not. All right, aluminum. Aluminum. Dude, that's a freaking UFO. There's a motor, battery, authentic color, model paint, chunk of brass, some tape, paint, that goes with that, light switch. So I don't know what this is. Is it like a mister? Like it spins around and this? Oh! You know what I bet this is? I bet you it's a centrifuge. That's probably what it is. Basic circuit board in there. Well, at least it's something better. Hopefully that's brass. That is not. That one is. I don't know why it would just be a brass washer though. I didn't build it. I don't think that these would be on there weekly, as in it's weak. It's a centrifuge. All it does is spin around. All right, long drill bit. So that's going to translate to a motor. If you've watched any of my, or just 6 people here. Am I not fancy enough? You know, that's one of those weird things I just don't understand. Like one day, I had like, I don't know, lost like 20 subs, one given day, like 20 subs. And it just makes me wonder, like, why did you even subscribe in the first place? Were you forced to? Were you drunk? I mean, I don't care. I mean, the subscribers are great. The count. I want to say I don't care about the subscribers. Anybody who wants to watch what I do and learn a little, awesome. I was like, if I'm going to lose 20, what was up with losing that many at that one? And this is many months ago. Not like I have a lot to worry about. It's like, look, I mean, I sell on eBay. My work time is 25 to 30 hours a week for easily 100K in sales. So all you people who left, maybe it's because they don't sell physical media, but it's still the same principle. It's like that stuff is so cheap. It's so much easier to work with. The shipping supplies are so much all this stuff. And you want to leave and not learn. Just one of those things that baffles me. It's like, I think YouTube should make it to where if you subscribe to the channel, you can't unsubscribe for a year. I don't know. Just saying. And I mean, that would kind of make sense too, because if YouTube wants more channels to get bigger so they can generate more ad revenue, and you're not going to get the ad revenue or how that works out on a channel, well, I guess that makes sense a little. All right, so that's a basic board. So I could cut this one off. Lost more than I wanted, but break that down. But it just never really, I mean, that part didn't make sense. Like, why? And I lost like 5 or 6 in the past, I don't know, month maybe. I get 5 and then 5 or 6 disappear. Like, look, I'm not one of those big fancy scrappers, so you're not allowed to watch someone learn. I don't use the right tools. I mean, I'm not doing this for anybody but myself and money, right? But it's moving. That tape is on there. Maybe people don't like the music I play. Nice. So that stuff right there. Take that brass off there. So let's see if there's any, probably good, yeah, steel. That's just a heavy steel container now. So that's aluminum. The whole casing. That's pressed on there. A little bit of brass, copper, probably aluminum. Deal with all that later. That's a pound and change. Most of it's going to be that the steel core. You got little brass brush pin things in there. Take that apart later. Goes with that. Brass. Yeah, if I needed YouTube to supplement my income, then I was probably doing something wrong. I mean, you can make a lot of money doing different things on YouTube, but I don't make YouTube or even I was kind of coaxed a little into making my Facebook page for Secondhand MediaMan by Ramsey. All right, so this is aluminum. It's not a whole lot. Gold connector in. Gold connector in. Like that. A little bit of wire. That little fan motor can stay on there. Fan motor is like 20 cents a pound. Aluminum, 50 cents a pound. So it's not a whole lot of aluminum. Free aluminum. I should probably take that screw out. Oh. It's not like that's the only screw on the ground. And this isn't even like the heavily populated box. So this is to an ultrasound machine printout to the CD. So you put the CD in there, and it prints out the image from the ultrasound. So I have one of these, kind of like this, listed. I think it's like $300. Turns on. You gotta take this Sony battery out. If that's any good, then I have another button battery. I got my voltmeter over there. Actually, I got a voltmeter over here somewhere that I got from the trash. One of those old aluminum ones like this. So the one I have of this is a printer. Now this might just be the complete drive. The other one I have, I know is a printer. I don't think it's a CD. Aren't you supposed to know your stuff before you list it to sell? No, not really. Here a few people ask questions. I mean, I get questions like, "Hey, does this DVD, does this Region 0 DVD play on all US DVD players?" Block. Why am I going to answer that for you? Button. Buttons. I mean, that's just from that. He's ever watching, right? And then there's a couple other real small boards on here, and the rest is steel. So those ICs will stay on that because that keeps it of that higher grade of board. Well, that's probably a high grade. Oh, well, if you get plastic. Nothing special. Close your eyes, bright eyes. Oh, speaking of, Bonnie Tyler died a week ago, maybe. Well, not maybe died. She died a week ago. Turn around, bright eyes. Every now and again I fall apart, and I need you more forever, and I need you more tonight. Wowzers. Yeah, point is, turn your head. If you don't have safety glasses on, turn your head. There's no way. Even with it being gravity fed. I mean, that threading is not micro. Maybe it's stainless. It is. Not a whole lot of stainless. Ouch! I'm not going to bother with you. You do not deserve it. That's how low this stainless thing. It bit me. So there is that. So these are like a copper. They should be. Yeah, the first one works just comes out just fine. Dude, this stuff cannot. I mean, fucking deal with that later. I mean, there's a lip. It goes right up under, and you have the feed for it. So if those are aluminum, I'll try to get those out. They're not. All right. Extension cord. I do not need an extension cord. I mean, you can always use an extension cord. But you know how many extension cords find in the trash? Plenty. Why is there another? Here. A piece of brass. Well, let's make sure because it doesn't look it. I mean, usually it's going to be brass for electrical stuff. That's not even it. I got a whole other bin that's got more chunks of stuff in it. A little circuit board and all this wire. All this wire, right? Like it's a ton. Wire, get this little circuit board out. No front end, no HD. So this was probably, well, I mean, I know what it was too. So that is aluminum. It's just a weird feeling aluminum. All right, if that was plastic, that'd be a rigid plastic. What do you do with your wee little board? All right, so I just grabbed these because I think these risers, I am correct, they're going to be brass. A little spider in there. Little spider in there's like, why are you trying to steal my home? Oh. That doesn't make that a lot easier. Why aren't these moving the way they should be? Hiding in the corner now. I mean, wouldn't you be hiding in the corner if you're a wee little spider like that? And you just see this big old... There it is. I mean, the spider doesn't know. Tell me the last spider that you know of that knows how to build computers. It has no idea what I am. All it knows is that I am something a lot bigger than it is. That's the scale of the universe. What makes you think that, like, the ending of Men in Black, whichever one that was, when the alien dropped the marble, and it was and that marble was like a whole bunch of galaxies and stuff? What makes you think that there isn't something absolutely, just absolutely insanely massive? I mean, like universe big. And in fact, we are just one marble, and we are living in the absolute like nanoscale in comparison to what all these other things are. Don't know. Just as much as an ant will look up and be like, what the? Yeah, that's all steel. So I got this. Here's my little spider buddy. So I can take this apart. It might be copper or aluminum down there. Chances are that's a copper plate. One of those, that's nothing. This that was for that CD drive. This feels like aluminum. Aluminum. But if I do this and I bend these early, I believe this band that's playing is called Age of Dying. I thought it was going to be a lot, just by the title of the band, the name of the band. I thought it was going to be a lot harder than that. That's what she said. Yeah, that makes it easier to do that. And you just push down at the little bow. See? The first time I did one of these, I was like, oh man, pissing me off. Like, how can I make this easier? Like, I was just watching James at Scrap It All. Oh yeah, this is the band that has a song that just reminds me very heavily of Nickelback. This is not the song. But James, he took his transformer, and because one of the, on how that transformer is, or the motor, on where the windings are in the steel part of the core, there's a bit of a gap. Like a bigger gap. So he had a video yesterday, or the day before, whenever, showing on how he just took a hammer and just started smashing that, started smashing the wire and it just came out. I was like, I did the same thing. I realized that with one motor that I had, and I just took these right here, and I just squeezed on it, and it crunched the. What's up, Bruce? You're not even Bruce. You're Rigby. Come on. And it squeezed the wire, and the wire came out of the spool. It might even still be in here. You know, but this is a bunch of the copper and stuff and exposed copper that were on like lower grade boards that I was finishing, or mainly from like little power supplies and AC bricks and stuff. inside barely. A piece of aluminum can. One of these, which I took apart a couple of these yesterday. Well, I took this apart. So this thing right here, how this was. See how that is? These are the exact same thing as this, but just on separated like this. So I had this yesterday, and I had the steel and stuff on when I took up the board. So I was like, well, I can't give it to you with that, or pay for that the steel that's on it. And it's like, well, I can go home and I can fix this. Like I can go home and take this apart, and get my money for it this way. It's aluminum, gold fingers in there, so on and so forth. But all the other boards that I took everything off of, the VGAs and the ICs and stuff, I can't undercook an overcooked steak. You can't take a well-done steak and make it medium. After it's well done, it's well done. So after I took the stuff off, I can't put it back on. But this one I was able to bring back and remove the steel plate from. So these, and I have probably maybe 20 of 20 more. So these are aluminum. Let me get a little bit of plastic in there. Yeah, this is the Nickelback song right here. I wonder what this material is. Just cardboard. Well, there's no gold connectors in there. Chances are, barely. I mean, I could weigh this up, see how many I have, but I probably have another 15 of these inside that. Oh yeah, at least nice copper heat sinks. I mean, besides those, probably aluminum thin. This is a LE heat pipe, one word, module for 5828 AFE. See, not so Nickelback, it's got me singing it. So this, 13 ounces. That's $3. It's a little more now. And since I have my scale out now, 2.5 ounces. You know, 2 of these are going to make 5. I'll just do 3. 3 is almost 8 ounces. So, I mean, it takes a while to get to that weight for the aluminum. which is 50 cents a pound, but it was free. All these thermal pads. So it's probably going to be a number 2 copper because of all the painting and the bit of steel on it. £1, 11 ounce. So $7. Yeah, man, another one of these. Now I'm listening to the song. She was pregnant at 13. Something goes on. And they found her dead by the bathroom sink. Got 3 people. All right, so welcome if you're new here. I mainly sell physical media, books, CDs, DVDs, stuff like that. Full-time income on part-time hours. 100K seller, 100K a year, American dollars, US dollars. Sales are a little slower, but last year was still 100K. That is 25 to 30 hours a week. And the one extra person, I don't know or not. But I go out and about the thrift store to find physical media, and as I started to structure my scrapping time down, I go out on Saturday evening to a local route, which you can look at my recent video. And that's most of the local route. Now I could hit every single dumpster at all the businesses I'm allowed to go to. I can hit all of those, and the route's a little longer. But in essence, it's 4 miles round trip, a couple hours, and I come back with least scrappable, $100 of scrappable stuff, and then stuff that I can actually list. So I just took a box for a Harley Davidson thing. So each of these are little gold connectors, and this is aluminum. It was like a Harley Davidson magnetic ratcheting screwdriver or something like that. It's for the 75th anniversary or whatever, 95th or something. And all I had was the box. Now that entire ratcheting thing itself, complete, it was like $200-300. Well, I have just the box. Can I get $50 for just that box? Because nobody else has just the box. Let me see why not. I've been selling long enough to know. So yeah, all of these are little gold connector ends. And that's aluminum. There's some steel trim on it, but that's how you're getting it. So he already tried, I forget the guy's name now. tried opening this up to try to maximize so you can see what's inside of it. And it's coated. So that'll just go in with the junk circuit boards because that's what's under it. And it's all coated under there. That's probably aluminum. What? Trash? All right, now I can just pour the rest of what's in there. And that's how stuff ends up on the ground, on the floor down here. All right, so like I said, more of these. Aluminum. Most of all this is going to be aluminum. Trash. Probably, yeah, steel. The copper piece right here. Looks like it at least. Nice little gold connector end. Finger card. Actually, that's going to go in as a finger card. I don't know what's under it. Look at that one later. Aluminum, aluminum. So no, it'll go in as aluminum. Junk. I do not, especially since it's broke. Gold connector end. And in this whole bin, I guess I'm apparently not paying attention to what I'm doing, and I'm just tossing everything in with the aluminum and wire. So that with a clamp down for a processor, a CPU. I don't think it's in this mix. I didn't see one. Old USB, gold connector end with the wire. So that's just going to go in as board like that and like the cheap boards. 50-cent boards. I mean, it's stainless. Cool. Wire. I'm not a fan of the motors. I just cut the wire down. I get 15 cents a pound for motors and transformers, so they just stay like that. And I just put it in a big chunk. Same thing as that, cut the wire down, sell it like that. That one's heavier than the other one. Heavier than this. Aluminum, aluminum. Screwdriver. Board I gotta go through, aluminum. Stainless right there. Aluminum. That's a little bit of aluminum plastic. Why would I pass up on a little piece of brass? Well, let's make sure that one actually is. No, it's steel. All right. These are brass. Cut it right here. I can toss that in as brass. A little bit of brass. Now I could break that for all of them, but I'm not. Just want to kind of feel the weight difference. Yeah, if these guys went through this many of these boards, and the actual truck where they keep all their stuff before they sell it. Oh, that's all steel. You can use that as like a little ladder or something if you're building miniatures. And then we have some gold connector ends, which there were a whole bunch of these. They just popped them out, cut them right there. But they missed those. I mean, maybe they were remembering, like, hey, you know what? There's going to be that scrapper guy's going to come by. I doubt it. Oh, cool. I can get that copper band off of that. I'm not going to bother. And I can cut out this copper right here. But I'm not going to split that open. This stuff here comes from a ultrasound repair place. So all of it's gonna, most of all of it's gonna come from hospitals and medical places, which are gonna be clean. That's why I'm not. I can see that copper in that. Process that one down. Oh, I think that maybe. But it's all gonna be clean. It's not gonna be like dirty and filthy, like trash, dirty. So I don't have gloves on. That'll just go as a go connector in like that. This, a chunk of copper from a heat sink. Ooh, that is very finely milled. Wow, almost got me with it's white. Wow. You see that, most would instantly think it's aluminum. Finely milled. Deal with that later. Deal with that one later. I like the same thing, gold connector end. Or it'd just be a $3 a pound board, so gold connector end. Another little board. Yeah, he tore this one apart. Mr. Goodbar. Oh yeah, there's gold. There's gold pins in here. We'll get that one just like that. Aluminum trash. Whatever that board was too. Copper. That'll be another gold connector end, just like that. I can cut down for brass. So these I probably could. They have gold. You know I will. When I talked to JD at the board sort, the guy in the warehouse, those gold connector ends, you know, they're pretty. He didn't say it quite like this, but they're fairly lenient. Because he took my bin and gold connector ends and dumped it all out. On top of the other thing where the other container or box where he has all the other stuff from everybody else that is coming there. And I was like, hey, you know, the USBs, those connect, that. He's like, yeah, as long as it's the connector end and not like plugs. Because for the most part, almost all, not every, almost all connector ends. And I have some sort of gold. Almost. So it's got a little bit of brass in it. So I'll go with the brass. More gold connector in. All right. So the easiest way those are caps. Caps. No. I mean, I reply to comments in chat if I see it. It's a shame that some of these risers are steel. Big button battery. Panasonic. Most of this is going to be brass or stainless. That's plastic. Not what I wanted to do. or not. No one? No one. All right, so this, gonna cut that down. This whole thing is, I gotta find my blade. What the fuck I do with my blade? But today's gonna be the day when I won't go back to you. By now, you should somehow you love what you got to do. That just has that one little layer, and that thing is packed. It's a little chunk and it goes all the way in. So she said, all right, so the steel and trash is separated. Kind of mix the aluminum in with this wire. So now they're not magnetic, barely. Just going into brass. Those are too magnetic. Disassemble that. This wire needs to be tinkered with a little here and there. But then I got to go get the bigger bin, and then that's about it. You know, take it apart. Tinker with taking apart some of this other smaller stuff. Oh no, I lost my button. My button battery. I know it's just too late to bring you back, but still I need. That one's beefy cable, dense. That is heavy. Oh, this other bin has a lot more in it. Oh, rocket! There's some aluminum cans. Aluminum frame, most likely. replaceable flashlights. Oh yeah, I need to get that bin. It's right there. Let me just put that right there for now, though. Cool carabiner with a. Let's see here. That's east. Yeah, that's about right. And that's north. That's about right. John Deere. This kind of sounds like a typo negative. Peter Steele.
Across upon her bedroom wall, from which she will fall, an image burning in her mind, in between her thighs. Oof. Oof.
That one weighs quite a bit more. Get my gloves on for that one. Yeah, we got all kinds of like things like this. A whole box of these for like $4. Whole box of how many? 12. At that one Dave's place. This box was like $3. I've been excrementing a lot better. Just so you guys know. Got like 10 boxes of these. These are like $2 a box. These are expiry June 15th of 26. So a lot of that stuff is sealed, but it'll be get eaten pretty quick. So it's a month expired. All right, so I think that it's aluminum. I mean, it's cut and milled like aluminum. Yepers. That was a frame. Where I just took something and I smashed the cardboard that was in it in the backer. Right, so this is aluminum wire. This other bin right here is full of a bunch of aluminum wire. So that just goes in as aluminum. So the circuit, there's no battery in it. The circuit board that's on there is only 50 cents a pound anyhow. So that'll just get tossed in as aluminum. That one's missing the front. And it doesn't feel like it has a battery. And I have that one right here. Much better. And it actually puts up a square. Yeah, makes a square. It's a square. And I found that a couple days after I actually bought another flashlight, which is a little better than that one. This cool carabiner, I don't understand this light because how are you going to turn it on and off? It's got a compass. I mean, I kind of like this. I think my wife wants it. I think that I might have some batteries this size, but I don't understand that because how would you constantly turn it? Do you have to twist it to turn it on and off? I don't know. But it has a compass because she always says her GPS sends her in the wrong direction. GPS is just fine. Sometimes it doesn't want to work exactly. Maybe it's the humans not responding to the instructions quick enough, or as they should. Yeah, I'll take this apart because that's probably copper under there. I think I want to do that. Oh yeah, I brought my smoking. So this will go in as brass. So I could peel this back off, but this is going to be a brass. That'll go in like that. But the other part, with this whole shank, this will go in a steel in brass. I think it's like $1.20 a pound, and this is $2.10 a pound. But these were in a dumpster, again, right here, when I got back. They were in a different dumpster here, property. Got that. And that there. We have another one of these that's hanging on the door where I took it down, the main entry door. But it had like little legs that were coming out right at my eye height. If I wanted to go shut the door, that thing was right at my eye height. Or go anywhere. It's like it's too dangerous, so I took it down. That one's a little less dangerous. Being alive is dangerous. In Ohio, you could buy pre-rolls, legal weed. All right, so I looked this thing up. The voltmeter, voltometer, electronic voltmeter, ohmmeter, and the multimeter tool that I have now is about that big. Cobalt, Home Depot or Lowe's brand or whichever. I got it when I needed one. And these are only like $20 on eBay. So why would I bother? And it's got a rattle, and only 2 have sold, and there's like 40 of them listed. It's all scrap. 20 minutes. Let's see here. It's 1:45 right now. That's American metric time. Not American, not metric time. So it's about noon on Eastern Time, United States. It's 1:45. Let's see how long it takes me to take this apart and determine what's, at least in my standards, what holds value in separating it. I mean, its base is going to be aluminum. These switches and dials, a lot of that stuff will be aluminum. Hey, you. Got a couple tubes. More that battery. Batteries. If you can find old batteries, don't ask me why. If you can find old batteries that are clean, I used to sell quite a bit of old batteries. I mean, I want to say quite a bit. 100 at max in 5 years. Just if they're clean, doesn't matter if they're still holding the charge. If they're clean, there is some freaking battery collector out there somewhere that will pay you $50 for a 50-year-old 9-volt. That doesn't work. If it's clean, I mean, if it's all burnt like that one was, maybe. I mean, maybe not the 50, but maybe you still get paid money. Maybe it'll still sell. But old batteries, don't believe me. You know, I didn't start reselling a couple days ago. I have seen and heard all different types of categories, and I've tried all different types of categories, especially smalls. I'm giving you all this information, killing me. Batteries. Tubes, even. You have a way to test tubes to ensure a known working, I have no idea, somebody who's ever one other person. I was getting super excited for myself there. Like there was a bunch of people here. I'm gonna send some people on a tube value quest. How much is this tube worth? Because I'm too busy taking this apart. But tubes. That's steel. It's like an old locker. Like a school locker. Okay. So, I would probably I could maximize a little bit and cut out this wire. I could really go to town and cut out all that little bit of copper off those resistors. That's brass. That's easy to do. That's just a twist off. I mean, there's really, and then brass right there. Those are probably aluminum. They might be brass, but or stainless. So ultimately, this could just go in. The low end board, 50, probably 50, 60 cents a pound stuff. Just that. I mean, I could probably take these off. You'd probably appreciate that more. But it's everything that they would pay for at board sort. They don't care if the aluminum's on there. It's not the vast of it. There's still some copper, this chunk here. There's just wire and aluminum. What's worth it to them? I mean, I could probably take off this 2 pennies of brass. All right. I will check and see if these exact ones are worth anything. I don't know if they work. That's the problem. Sell everything but the steel cage. I mean, they're gonna buy it for it. It's like $2. I could weigh it up for all the people not here. With the tubes. Well, now that's space. I make do. One of these days, I won't be having to say that. But I'll wake up, put on a little makeup. No, I don't do that. I think I put some little bit there. I get the eBay stuff done or the scrapping stuff done, doing something every day. Now I need to start putting on these clothes. I can make headway by doing different things, doing more on different days. That's the plan. One day at a time, man. Yesterday I did X, Y, Z. Today I got to do this. Now I got to do more stuff. I got to take these books down. Well, not all of them. I got to take down which ones are left to check the inventory, and then all my inventory is checked. All of it. Well, minus what I don't check. Still don't know where my freaking razor's at. I had it right here. I used it that one time. All right. There's that. So now, what do we have here? The wire, brass off. I mean, that's some good wire in there, too. Why would I strip that? Or why would I... It's an easy braid. Probably the same core. Oh, that's a solid core. Not a whole lot. Really not pressed on all that. These things. This was a lighting cabinet, something that for RVs. I mean, what I said conversion day in my video. Well, I actually want. I mean, I figured that would happen because I put pliers on glass, real thin glass. I figured that would happen. Where I can get my eyeballs. Trying for that brass connector. Like that, and that, and that. And those. And these are switches. I'll take those apart, get the little silver contacts out of those. Get the brass out. That kind of micro scrapping, yeah, that's the easier stuff to do. I got a bit of glass I got to contend with. Okay, hey, so I have this whole thing. So there's a section in my scrapping yesterday that I thought I was recording, and I never hit record. These are old copper wind chimes, or just pieces of copper pipe that were used for extensions for something. Sure enough, there's like 3 more loose ones in there. And don't know. That's 3-4 pounds. And some steel screws. They need to be taken out anyhow. But that was a good grab. Yeah, I thought I was recording. I found some distance. Some more of the shit in here. This right here. No battery, right? What? Take it apart and a little motor, a little bit of a decent stuff as opposed to just get the shred. There's all kinds of good stuff that I got from there. And it wasn't fucking recording. You know? So, where's that? So each time I go out, I try to remind myself to do this and do that with the phone because I'm constantly, instead of running one long 2-hour video and then coming up and editing it, and then it doesn't take, and then you got to redo it all, and prefer to do it in little segments. But anyhow, it's fun to kind of record. I mean, that's why I like watching people who scrap too, because it's just like, what? You find that stuff in the trash? Yeah. I get the same thing that I do, that I find stuff here. I'm like, what? Okay. Sold a $150 remote control. I got about $500, $600 of Harley rims. Listed. What else? All kinds of different stuff. I got a Sony Trinitron box yesterday. Those TVs, those exact Trinitrons, 2 have sold in the past 90 days for $300 and $400, and there was some shipping involved in both of them, but that was the solid price I saw. Plus, there would be shipping on something like that. Now I have the box. What's it worth? $50? $100? Different boxes of things I found. And I saw physical media, but it's just interesting what's to be had. How much money in a lot of it. I mean, just to get any kind of cord at all, and I'm ripping the brass off of that, any cord at all, from little computer cord all the way up to anything above that. Ethernet ports. These right here. $1 a pound. Doesn't matter. So these are gold connector ends. So you clip right there. If I was cutting it for the brass, if it was brass on it, I'd clip it. The yarn would get more brass and less plastic. These are gold connector ends, which are like are they 310? $3 a pound or something. It's on the end of a cord that if you scrap that you're just going to end up getting rid of anyhow. Why not triple your money? Sit down someday and like this is brass right there. I'll cut it like up here. And I'll just go on as brass, $2.10 a pound. So at the end of the cord I have in my hand right now. And then these will get broke down. I can get these off here. Sometimes these are not easy out of these. And I'll crack those open and get the boards out of those. That was the last thing I did before I went to board sort. Cracked all that stuff open. That's where a lot of these solid copper toroids were at. If it was like regular transformers, I wouldn't bother. It would stay on that board. Just that amount of work. Did I put the brass over there? Yeah. We got one, at least these two that need to be taken apart. That drill thing. I got this because it still has this paper on it, which lets me know that the coil is probably still good in it. And we got a new one of those. All right, so yeah, this is one of the things that came from that place. And here's an IC, some gold connector. Those are some LEDs. And so there's an IC split in there, some gold connector ends, and just this little bag. USB. I can already use a new one of those. And some little glass jars. And this circuit board. 2 of them. 1 of them. Well, it's a blank board. But still, what can be found? What can be had? And that this one wasn't recording. I was like, what? There's a glue gun, one of these things, a soldering iron, pretty good condition soldering iron, Chicago Electric. It's clean. It's small enough. And this glue gun is sealed. I've had glue guns. I've had glue sticks. Just never, ever really used one. Didn't have the room to have one. But if that's good enough brand and quality, it's brand new. Never used. If that's $20, I'll sell that. At least this one is new. If it's the right price, $20, I'll list it. Hey, Bruce. That's something I gotta separate later. Some more cord. Credit card machine. I wanted to do more cords. Although there's just that these three that just popped right up. Yeah, so that's a whole gold connector end right there. I don't even know how to even take that apart. It's like a molded rubber. Telephone. Yep. I'd have to go that extra key-man with it, but I got the power. No. No. So this would probably be 2 pennies, and if I kept all that connected, it would probably be worth 2 cents in weight and shred. Just tossing it in, getting your 9-10 cents worth a pound. Might be more than that. Selling myself short on free stuff. Oh yeah. More yet. So we have that one. This is just a whole gold connector in all of itself, all kinds of connections. Works for me. Oh, there's, yeah. I mean, technically only 2. And I'm going to keep it at that to stay honest. All right. So I have that part. I got some free paper. Dude, fucking girl. That was uncalled for. Typically always gold stuff in the commercial market. You can put a little note right there. Do not remove this screw. stuff under that. This little action cradle. We're gonna have to get that battery out of there. Nice tantalum IC. I mean, I can lose the value of the board real fast by depopulating it. I learned my lesson. Ask me how I know. I'll at least put that in with put it in with wire. And I know that can't be 5 hours. No, it's 2 hours. There's 5 CDs in there. Unless it's one that has a hidden track and one recent CD I have listened to. So that's just a motor. Leave all that weight. Screen, usually nobody wants anything to do with the screens, but this board. Then it goes with cheap boards. Junk. All right, we have here some old rationing tool by Dunlap, maybe? I mean, it ends in lap, and it looks like a D or a G. Germany. I mean, that thing's built well. So I showed this in the video that didn't record. Look that thing up. That's just cool. If it's worth something, it's worth something. If not, it's steel scrap. It could be something I would probably keep. I don't know. I'm already starting to keep tools as it is. Free stuff. All right, so now we're going to get into this aluminum wire. Cooperate a little better that way. Easy to work with in the end. Yep, they buy the. I mean, if you're a scrapper that doesn't buy coated aluminum wire, I don't know, but Scrapyard and I go, they're pretty lenient about everything. these. I need to be like that. No. I can't believe that that's not the last freaking CD. Hidden track. Most of these are aluminum, yes. That's a mighty steel. It is. That means that one. These are gonna be stainless. Right? Besides that, oh, all that one is. Copper rods. Well, there's a couple more there. And these things here. That might be aluminum. So these are probably cutter wheels. Maybe, or tracks. Well, if it was a cutter wheel, that would make sense because those are in there. I was like, you'd have to take all that apart to replace the wheel, cutting wheels. So whatever they're for, that's what they are. But they're aluminum. With a little bit of steel on them. This. Maybe. Bah. Let me down, Jan. Yeah, I got a bunch of switches out. Let's go. And then there's all kinds of bunch of little stuff. More wires. Let's go to this video. But that's all. That's brass, 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 brass. Full connector and the rest is wire. So this is a VGA to RGB. I don't even have anything VGA. And if I found it in the trash once, find it again. I don't have a purpose for an S video, but at some point, better to have a good one. But this brass and copper. I mean, that's not going to detach all this. So what is copper? This pipe and that? If I can easily get that off, then that should become easy. I mean, I don't want to have to fight for this little bit of not much of any money. Oh, that one that's coming up. So that's brass. Those are copper. That's red brass. I guess. I hope. This is a Watts number Looks like 2 N26. Something like that if they're $30, and if they sell used on eBay for like $30, whatever that stuff is. If it has enough value, if not, it just gets tossed in as brass. I really don't want to sell that kind of stuff, but and then yeah, I'm just gonna dump the rest out. Let me do this. All right, nothing in check. I don't know, because I'm not popular. That's all right. Because I like me for me. So there is quite a bit of stuff right here that's coming out. Not as, oh yeah, and those two, the saw and the router and the gateway. It looked like it wanted to eat me right then. So when I do get a hacksaw, I have a blade. This goes up to Celsius. I really don't read a lot of Celsius here. Well, that's going to be stainless or aluminum. I'll go aluminum. I'll get a little more for it. This, I believe, is copper. It's steel around. So this is for an antenna. So that's going to be brass. That's all going to go in this brass. Could be stainless. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Does it have a bunch of little magnets in here? They are. They're a whole bunch of little magnets. Not very strong. That'll be worthless to keep weak magnets. That's going to be a copper. That's going to be a copper. These are just old school little electronics parts. And so I'm going to put that right there. How do I work like this? Enough. This little pile will be gone before you know it. That's amusing at best. This nightlight runs on two AA's. It's amazing the advancement of technology and power distribution, and those are copper for that. I know whatever's in there is magnetic, huh? These razor blades? No. Well, cuts of steel, though. Seriously? What is this? Lock washers. Steel. Steel. Wow. So it's like, I don't know, it's like a little hobbyist chunk of stuff. With the bits and pieces that were in here. Oh. Not brass. Stainless. Brass. This is a grounding strip. Piece of fancy plastic. Diamond needle, Walco diamond needle. There are a bunch of these little blades. Saber saw. Craftsman saber saw blades. And we'll pack like this, all bundled up. Somebody's going to want 20 plus brand new saber saw blades for 30, 40, 50 bucks. Guarantee you, someone will buy those blades. Bet. No one betting? Bruce, what are you doing, man? Keep that. Grab this because sometimes, just not this time, these antennas can be brass or aluminum or stainless. And this is a mechanism. Maybe brass. Could have retired on that. Some wire that I have some other solid core. Yeah, some doodling. That is an old school gold connector end. This is a brass and wire. Cause your tears won't fall. Your tears won't fall. Someone will be thinking I'll be listening to the Crow soundtrack. But that's what the song playing right now sounds like. We got Mozzie Fair Star. Tears won't fall. Well, those can just go under right now. Oh, we have here. Bet you that's brass in there. Copper. Probably brass, but who's keeping track? And this is cable cords. And I saw AWG on it, so spool of wire. Brass or gold coated. I don't get many of those. It's a solid core. Brass and wire. Outlets. I'm not a fan of doing outlets, man, but you put a brass in them, and you can't just toss them in like that. You take them apart. It's not a whole lot of brass, but they're easy. Most of the time, they're easy to do. I've learned my lesson. That's gonna be steel and aluminum and brass. This is a chamber, USG chamber. I mean, most gauges aren't like a whole lot. I'll look that up just in case. What was that other thing? Soldering iron. There's something else I just had. Oh, these blades. A couple more bigger breakers that did not come from the typical breaker box bin, but found them in a different one. Breakers are tedious. You get copper, sometimes brass in there, and silver contacts. Which this jar right here, you can see it. Let's fill it up with silver contacts from that size to contacts are that size. And it's all brass and copper in there. If you scrap, you know. If you don't, now you do. Switches. Electrical switches. Unless they're wee small, you're going to have silver contacts in there. So it's a little motor. Got these off the picture frame that was in that as well. I just took my screwdriver, they were the corners, to, that's probably a brass chain anyhow. Oop! Face up razor blade. Get away from me. Four. Brass. This is like gear. Oh, steel. It's one of those windy things that if you break it on your lawnmower, it's not fun to try to put it back together. But that's not. Ooh, a mercury switch. Huh. Interesting. I don't know where to put that at. So it is steel. Put in with brass. Is there anything in there? All it was a box. Another razor blade. I mean, I really don't care about these that much, but priming. What's in here? Not magnetic. A bunch of little brass screws. Yeah, that's aluminum. For really, really like weak batteries. I get stuff out of that. Get over here. That one was the wrong one. And I'm not going to fight to try to get it. Looks like an old Gillette blade. Believe it or not, collectors out there for that stuff. Gold connector end. Oh, that was for views. That was an old e-cigarette pen. It was real small. It was about the size of this. And you just plugged it back in there. Some of the stuff got to be processed down a little more. Get some of these gold connector ends. Known steel and junk out of here. Those are not. That will be. That goes to cable. I don't think that was the last CD. May have been. 3 hours. No, it can't be. 50 minutes. So if each CD is even 50 minutes long, there's 5 of them. That's 250 minutes. 4 hours. It's more copper. These are aluminum. No, see? No, see, another CD with the hidden track. What is up with that? That's solder. That's gonna be tin. There's enough brass on it. That's wire. Yeah, there's a couple mercury switches in here. Quite a few of them. wire. Yay! Electrical. All right. You know, there's like 40 cents were covered in brass. The spring bounced right out. That was only one. Wow. Now, in the carabiner, process some of this down. It looks like a brass part in there. If I get this thing out, that's a motor in there. those in with a little connector in. It's not on a circuit board, but that'll just be motor. Is that thing taken apart? All right, start up these. All right, so what can I get from this? Get motor and aluminum. No other brass on it. A little bit of copper right there, but I'm not worried about that. Toss that in with the aluminum. Got a GFCI in there. Those got silver in it. This one has a whole circuit board on it. So I can get 50 cents a pound for that. Or a board like this, with all that on it, I'm going to get the same 50 cents a pound. So that won't go to board sort like that. And then I get my bins and I start taking all my stuff. It needs to go in bins and sort and situate, and then it all gets cleaned up, and then the table is relatively clean again. Ready for next week. But I try to do this in the whole day, in the day I can. Some of these, just do that. Nope. I don't want it to break like that, but Wow. All I'm gonna do is get that net off there. That. Get a little bit of brass off of that. Yeah, GFCIs are kind of fun. That one's got a screw for the back. That one's got little tabs right there. Yeah, I remember there was a time I had like 40 or 50 freaking outlets. I just kept going scrapping. I kept finding stuff at different places. And I just grabbed what I knew. I don't mind doing processing stuff out like this. Just quantity wise. And then the bin of stuff that's going to be separated. All these here. I got to crack. Well, I'm not going to crack open these breakers now. This box right here. This is the end result of breaking open breakers. So that's most of all that. I don't think there's any in there that has silver on it. All that's going to be in there, but that's all copper and different pieces that need to be taken apart sometime. Well, no, these ones here, I got to cut that copper down. Maybe that's just what I. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of great copper in there. Never mind, I didn't cut all that down yet. But this right here. Probably brass. Yeah. You gotta break that down. Break down the break down, break down. The breakers. There's a file I found in the trash that I use. This, all I gotta do is get I don't want people breaking in these things. I think those ones are gonna fit. Yeah, those ones aren't easy to get to. But I did take that master manufacturing plan. You got outdone. Yeah, that's probably brass, but I'm not gonna fight with it. The silver. Yeah. I mean, only one of those probably is brass. Yeah, that one is. So that's what a GFCI looks like on the inside. So you have silver here, silver underneath those. Then that's going to be all exposed copper, so you can rip that out. You get a little more for that. Or you probably sell out the board sort for whatever they pay, $3.20 a pound. Still get the silver out, and then the rest of it like that. So yeah, those are probably copper. That is. There's a little toroid in there. Little IC, probably brass. All kinds of little gizmos, gadgets. Because they figured out it's the Beagles playing Video Killed the Radio Star. I mean, that's just befuddling on how this is all pieced together in here. still got the brass. How to get that? Or even keep on with that. Feels too, yeah. It's not too rigid to be aluminum. I'm going to bend it. And a little bit of silver on that.
Everybody jump tonight.
Missing one. There it is. So you can strip that off. Those are going to be brass. That could be copper. Likely is. I take that one out. But that's something I'll process down later. But that is otherwise the board. That board's worth to just buy. That'd be a basic board right here, and there's not much to this one. That works. No silver on them. So I could try to unspool that little bit of copper right there. The amount of time. And these oratorial ones are a pita too. It's just so super fine. But this IC, is on a cheap board. I will see that later. All right, that's a cheap board. And that is a side of crushing the cans. Those walkers. Oh, I gotta check that other pole. That's all I got yesterday, and it's not even 4 hours. So I got all that stuff. Kind of slowly took this stuff apart. I didn't take many breaks. Yeah, this pole right here. Also in that video, as where I went behind a pile of wood, I was like, oh, that is. And that's the pole that was stuck back there. I was like, yeah, that looks aluminum. It is. It's poofy. I'll show you guys Poofy and my cat Rocket. So that's my cat Rocket. 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 Hey. Nope. And that black cat out there, that's the stray cat, Poofy. Or Zemo. He's a black cat like one of our cats we had, Emo, and he's kind of like Zephyr, which was a tabby cat we had, which Emo was Zephyr's baby, son. But that's a stray cat, comes and goes, breaks into. Cans, half of that I got yesterday. Some of those transformers I gotta break down eventually. Oh yeah, I got some aluminum. Now that's sliding and gutters. I just keep that for later time. Those other 3 walkers. Those walkers. And yeah, that was it. That red thing's full of like 40 pounds of wire. And then that aluminum. That aluminum in there I got. So I think that's going to wrap that one up. Got the work done I needed to get done. Pretty much. Some stuff I have to look up to see if it's worthwhile. No, I gotta separate the stuff from the aluminum and all that. Well, I wanted to actually weigh it all up too. I kind of get a rough idea on what I got for the wire, the junk. This is right here. Oh yeah, then this side. This is not dual connector end. There's actually a couple screws on there, is what that is. I have an attraction. So this is a little bit of brass. And I got some other little things that needs to be. I can take this part too. While I'm here, I kind of maximize my time. This is the 5th CD, so by the time this is done, all the stuff that needs to be in different bins will be done. But some of the stuff right here, like, oh man, I forgot another outlet. A couple pounds of brass, I don't know exactly. Probably, not including the walkers, The loose aluminum, 12 pounds. The Walkers is another 20 pounds. $15 on aluminum. Oh, these are gonna be brass. They're aluminum. Brass. Copper. So that's another one that you just kind of bop that right out. So I would get steel and aluminum. So I either get 30 cents a pound with it completely assembled as a motor. That I probably could just toss straight up in with the aluminum and they wouldn't fucking really know. What's the other part? Or I get 15 cents for the for this. Or I just take it apart. Stop trying to cheat people out of money. There we go. Now I have another one of these. I get a. That I won't bother. I might try to get some of those off sometime. I got, I don't know, 10 more down there. You come and go. You go. I just push that one out with my 50 fingers. Oh. My no slip gloves lied. Yeah, that was an easy one to. What was that to that centrifuge? Bang, 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 bang. This thing here. So we have here, it's steel, goes in with wire. A lot of steel for that. Um, what I miss on with a copper right there. Pick this thing apart. So I got 800 people watching. Might be that one. Yeah. Aluminum. That's probably what that went to. I doubt it, but could have. trying to get a little more for it, but I'm not going to putz around to get that back, to put that back together. There, that's aluminum. That is.
1, 2.
Alright, so some stainless pieces. Wire, solid core. Oh yeah. And that's an IC chip. Fortunately, that goes in a steel. Full connector in. Don't know, full connector in. IC, brass. Boom, boom. Salt cell. Don't know what that is. Razor blade. So that's gonna be basic for it. I gotta keep the aluminum wire separate. Solid core, brass. brass. Gold end. Motor, solid core, wire, steel. Who knows if it's gold connector in, but solid core. Figure that out. Stainless wire. A little motor. And that will go to board sort like that. Brass. So I said this last night. Why is she so obsessed on getting him, but his influence or his presence is making her be stranger beware? And so it just doesn't make sense to me. It's like, why are you proclaiming that? And then you're like, oh, no. I'm like, I want you, but I'm very weary because you're a stranger. The 80s were a weird time. That's when the satanic panic was out there. Watch out, Satan about to get you. I'm going to assume aluminum. That's strippable. That's aluminum. That's I got a different bin for this stuff here. It's brass. That's the board. It's a grounding strip. Or something you can hold to like tie flies or probably for all the little nuts and bolts and stuff. I found. I acquired. So these convert relatively easily. Motors. I don't fucking get much for them. Yep, see? Yep. Got it. I mean, it's not the right bit, but it turns it. Took me a little time trying to find the right one. Oh, it is a soft line. Then it is the right bit. I mean, I got a bunch of brass under there too. Nah, I'm not going with looking at this. Yeah, I got a bunch of brass. With aluminum. Silver and silver. My favorite kind of brass. I'll say, that's pretty heavy. Yeah, it's a shame. Well, this has this copper tape around it. Took a little while to get to that. I mean, just trying to peel that little bit. Surprisingly, this is not aluminum, it's steel. That's what I was trying to dig under here, because I think all of it is. It is. I can put just that. With regular wire. Yeah, surprisingly. Huh. Could have been all that copper and that tape. All right, so that makes more sense because it didn't feel like it was steel. It was light, and it's cut like aluminum. There we go. I just quintupled the value 5 times what I would have got for it. I wasted my time doing that. Still paid off. Can't argue with practicality. Relax. That's copper. That might as well be. Now it's probably brass and copper. But they'll all go in pipe, copper pipe. Same thing with this stuff. Motor. There's more I can get out of that. About it. Go get something that's sort of aluminum then. Most of the other stuff is aluminum. Oh yeah, I got those the gateway and the router. what I need. Most everything else in here is aluminum. Those, besides these copper heat sinks, it's more of a board sort thing. So is that. A lot of screws in there. Usually I wouldn't bother with that. All right, good. Good enough. All right. Just for the very, very ending too. No, maybe a couple more songs, I guess, huh? So how much in wire? 5 pounds in wire, maybe. How much in just this junk, not including the TV? 30 pounds, or $3-4 in that stuff. The aluminum, not including the walkers. If I add that, probably 30 pounds, $15. The breakers, I mean, you got to break all that stuff down. The boards, copper tubes, this whole thing right here, I'm just going to put in like for the generic boards for board sort, cut off the wire. All right, just send all that to them like that. Maybe take off a couple pieces of brass. We have the brass over here. And then the aluminum that's already outside, the little aluminum rung that's in that pole. So aluminum, I don't know, $10 in aluminum. Well, more than that. Because each of these, Yeah, probably $6-7 there. And then brass and small circuit boards. So what's it all worth? In scrapping? $40, $80, 100. Yeah, I don't know. But the aluminum adds up, the wire adds up, all the junk, steel and plastic, all these aluminum, or not aluminum, copper tubes. And this piece of copper right there. Things I gotta take apart, some stainless, some boards, mixed bits and pieces, all the brass. See what I can get. At least get into a smaller container and see how much brass that is. It's not even 3 pounds. I don't want to use that big container. I mean, I'm doing the math, adding this up without like really using any scales. Wire's all over there now. So that, for the most part, well, chunk of copper. For the most part, that brass. Yeah, that's not even a pound. But yeah, this and this. Let's see. Actually, 2 pounds. That container is probably 2 ounces, so 2 pounds. With about $4 or $5 of brass. Yeah. I gotta get my brass out there sometime. Yeah, that's 60, 70 pounds right there.
Yeah, that's probably 10, 12 pounds of wire. Phone's probably gonna have time before too long. This, all right. Those are all those armatures. I'm down there. I gotta dissect sometime if I really want to. Should be a box under there for the other tools. That goes in something separate. Food, those things. Thing right there. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. Can't see it, but it's above the dryer. So you can just slide it across that rack. All right, stainless, not a whole lot of it, but enough. I have another one. Well, I didn't really get a lot of solid core wire. So I'm going to need a new box to hold transformers and ACs and charger bricks and stuff. I have 5 of those. One could be in with wire. Who knows? I'll keep that out, cut those wires out later. Cheap board, that's not. Must be a gold finger card. More aluminum on this, huh? Oh no, that's got a board on it. That's why. That's stainless. And I can get it completely out if I do that. Copper. Yeah, these are repeated to break open. I could try, but it's just gonna go as straight up. Process that, process that. I'm not even sure what this even was. But it's heavy. It's copper. Yeah, it's copper. Whereas copper. Why would I do that if yes, that's copper wire right there. That was not. Wire. I had it somewhere else, like this one. Process those down. Wire. I see. A couple more fans. Got the stainless steel on them. Another one of those. Taking up space. More solder. 10. All this stuff is from some other time. Board. icy. That's like probably do it now, huh? There's the other one. I knew I had another one. Going for the brass. Ooh. One of those that doesn't really want to. Wants to unscrew, but it doesn't want to come undone. And there's still some underwire in there. I can't take it all, I guess. I could. It's mine to do. I mean, I'm not really getting much. Get like another 10 cents. Seriously reconsidering my life decisions about this. Oh, I can. A lot of extra work. And that right there, that's easy to get brass. Those are probably aluminum. So I could keep going. Trying to maximize a little. Lost the tubes. All right, it'll go to board sort like that. All that extra work. Those are board sort right here. This is copper for a different day. Loose stuff, and then some of these other things here, you know, I'm not doing anything with right now. I just have to look them up, and if they're junk, they're junk. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about these damn boards down here. But if you've been here the whole time, probably not. But you can see all that stuff I got. It's pretty much organized and broke down. So the less than 2 hours it took me to go, get the stuff that I had throughout this entire live stream. And then there's still a couple other things. So those are board sort stuff. And the better stuff. So I already got the IC out of that. I'm messing. Some brass. So believe me, to try to get that copper out of there, the value of the time recovery for it, to me, just not worth it. Basic board, LCD. Not what I wanted, but I can go in. It's brass. No, it's not. Basic board. That likely is. That's brass. That's going to be basic board. So I will change that. Now it's basic board. Now it's a gold connector end. All right, not so basic. IC chips. All the good stuff on there. All right. There's a couple tantalums on there. A couple IC chips. That's a high perfill. It's a high board.
It's just basic. High board. Better than basic board. Basic board. It's now gold connector. And that whole board. All right, so these are basic boards right here. Better board. That. I tried. Can't say I didn't. Basic boards. What I want to try to get out of here is like these toroids, this brass, some of these little things here.